What?
This is the place the Admiral told us about. You can grab a transport at the hitching post there. Then you'll be able to reach the other side of the river.
actually hit me with that. Wow. Completely missed that guy, though. Dang it. You know I should have stayed in Sword and Shield mode. What? Where'd the... I should have just let go of the animation and guard pointed. Excuse him, what? I got hit by that so late. That wasn't even fair. He hit me with that when it was pretty much already over. That was almost too early. I mean, I did do the guard point input because I ended up in two-hand mode. It just didn't count. Didn't even sharpen it all the way. Oh my god, I fired too fast. I did a noob. Unless they made it so you can't shoot him out of the sky. Why does he just keep staggering in the air and not falling out of the air? Well, so much for that. We got Assassin's Creed guy using Geralt's sword. It's the ultimate crossover. Where is it trying to tell? Oh, that's because it's zoning out. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Did you put down the trap and then pick it up? Oh no, I just couldn't see it against the ground. Second one. Oh, fucking dog shit. She wasn't on the ground on my screen. Stupid net code. I can't believe I still hit one of those files. God damn it, I hate that run back and forth attack so much. Kinda wish this guy just let me flash him out of the fucking air, but no. This has taken 30 seconds longer than it needed to. God fucking damn it. Stupid pink wrapping, harder scale nonsense. Do you know how to do it? Oh, he does. Good, he's not a complete fucking moron. If he just let him cast that for 2 more seconds. How the fuck did that hit me? Fucking... Done. You know, it's like, why even bother having a circle lit on fire on the ground if that's not where your hitbox is going to be? Why even bother? Why put the particle effect there? It doesn't help you dodge. I was clearly not in that circle both times. Just like, so fucking tired of that monster. I really, really hope no monsters in Iceborne follow that design philosophy. I really fucking hope. Like, there's no point, because the guy who started the quest left it. And if I already fainted there, then it was going to go downhill from that point on. Because not even a Vade extender can move you far enough out of the circle to avoid that shit. You have to block it. It's not a matter of if you do, it's a matter of you have to. You have to block it or dive on the ground, because that shit hit me so far outside of the circle. It doesn't matter. Stupid meteors. Stupid unfair hitboxes. Stupid spin attacks and circles. It's like I want to help people, but I don't want to sit there using the hunting horn the entire time. I don't even understand how I can dodge the meteors with my hunting horn, but I can't dodge it with level 3 evade extender on a charge blade. I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. I have played so many hours of this game, and for something like that to not make any sense just blows my mind. My hunting horn build I use, by the way, has no evade extender on it. Sorry, I didn't want to keep shouting out loud angrily because some dude was walking by with his dog. At, what, almost 11 o'clock? Like, now I understand whenever I play with people who use Charge Blade, why they always get hit from the meteors. Even though I see them roll, and now I understand. I now understand why. There's just either something about the Charge Blade roll that doesn't move your hitbox until the end of the animation, or something about that hitbox that interacts with your character when they're using a Charge Blade in a different manner. There should be zero fucking reason why I can dodge it with a 0 evade extender hunting horn versus a level 3 evade extender Charge Blade. There should be zero fucking way that I get hit with the Charge Blade and not with the hunting horn. It's like, I want to use different weapons when I fight Behemoth in someone else's world, but you can't trust any other weapon in the game other than Lance, Hunting Horn because of defense large, and Longsword. Those are the 3 main weapons you have to fight the Behemoth with. Every other weapon is just subpar. How the 4 Asian dudes beat Behemoth just using 4 hammers is beyond me. I don't even know how you would hit the thing in the face with a hammer. Let alone dodge anything. And like when I fainted there, I had rolled early on the first one, so I was like, I'll roll late on the second one, but it hit me before I even pressed the roll button because I was trying to roll so late. And because I had prematurely rolled before that, but the recovery didn't matter. It was just the size of the hitbox that doesn't match the size of the particle effect on the screen. I don't know why that's so hard for developers nowadays. Having played more PS2 games recently, makes me realize how much more fucking lazy modern developers are. When polygonal hitboxes that are like rectangles surrounding a circle are still more accurate than cut hitboxes which are like a freaking dodecagon and actually have shape to them. It just blows my fucking mind. Every time. I didn't even see Ricky say hey. Not like it matters. Just gonna be a complain stream. If it isn't me complaining about people, it's me complaining about the game. And people have been really, really grinding my gears in real life recently. And even on the internet. Earlier I got onto a frickin' chain of videos that somehow ended me on I ended up on like this veterinarian's channel from Gambia, and this dude takes care of what are called mango worms in dogs. And it's like, I watch the videos and I'm like, yeah, that looks pretty bad. I scroll down into the comments to find people arguing about racism because an American's like, how dumb do they have to be to not check their dog for stuff like that? And then some guy from that country or from Africa who has internet somehow is like, wow, you're fucking racist and blah 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 in some shit post. And it's like, then the person responds, it's like, no, the person's clearly not racist. You down there have a problem whereby you buy a dog, you don't take care of it, you don't keep it inside because the temperatures are so fucking hot that it would cook inside. So they leave their dogs outside all the time. Their dog sleeps in the same spot every single day. And then the person wonders why their dog ends up infested with parasitic worms, which only exist in that part of the world.
Nergigante, the only one who wants to find Zora Magdaros more than we do.
And it's just like, you have these ignorant people talking about stuff they don't know about, while subsequently you have arrogant people where they actually live talking about stuff as if they're doing it fine. It's like, why'd you buy a dog if you're not gonna pet it? Like, one of the people who was in the vet's office was like, he rarely pet his dog or anything, and he only brought him in once he noticed that the dog was so weak that it stopped doing stuff because it had literally 100 to 150 parasitic worms underneath its skin eating its flesh alive. And they're like, why is my dog fucked up? And the dude has to sit there and squeeze maggots out of this dog for a fucking dude who lives in an area where it shouldn't even have a dog. If you don't know about the country of Gambia, the country isn't exactly the most wealthiest place in Africa. Similarly with most of Africa, but specifically Gambia is pretty broke comparative to the rest. And so you have these people who buy these dogs or get these dogs given to them as a puppy that they proceed to barely take care of, which you can tell because in the vet's office the dog is very scared of human interaction of every extent. Even by its own owner, it doesn't like coddle up to them. And the dude has to like give this fucking person from Gambia a lecture on how to take care of their dog like they didn't know that before they got the fucking thing in the first place. And then to top it all off, half of the time the dogs end up coming back because the person doesn't take care of the things themselves. Then you have ignorant ass Americans being like, well, I hope the fucking person who does that gets a bunch of maggots in their skin. And I'm like, yeah, I'm sure you would say that too if you lived in an area where there was hardly any money, hardly any electrical power, and most people don't have electricity. I'm sure you would. I'm sure you'd care about your dog more than you would even just surviving on a day-to-day basis. Because that's what America has done to people, is made them overly sensitive about things that they shouldn't be overly sensitive about. I'm not saying that because I think like, oh yeah, the person who does that to their dog isn't at fault. Like I said, I don't think they should have dogs, period. You shouldn't have dogs in a part of the world where dogs don't exist naturally. Simple as that. And it's just like, you have to deal with all these ignorant ass Americans acting like, oh yeah, I'm gonna kill another human being because they have a dog that they don't take care of because they're gone for 90% of the day. Because they have to work hard for absolutely fucking nothing and get nothing out of it. Also, that some dude in America has fucking a fruit or a piece of metal or some shit like that. It's like you see all these people bitching about it, but it's like I don't see a single one of you guys becoming a vet in Africa. I don't see a single one of you guys holding seminars in Africa to teach people how to properly take care of their dog. I don't see you doing shit but calling people who also are trying to live their life shitty people. It's like, live in their shoes for a second. Think outside of your, we're American and we don't tolerate dogs being hurt around here. It's like if you said half of the shit you said on a daily basis, you wouldn't let your neighbor let their dog bark all the time because they refuse to keep it inside and take care of it. But oh yeah, that's fine because the dog isn't diseased or anything. It just barks all the fucking time for no fucking reason. Dogs don't do that in the wild. They only make noise to communicate with each other. Just like fucking cats. And even cats don't make noise in nature. Only defensive and aggressive noises. Same with dogs. Because, unlike most people like to hear, all dogs come from wolves. And your dog has been selectively bred by a bunch of fucking sticklers for the past couple hundred years till it's turned into an inbred piece of shit that can barely live past the age of 10 without significant health issues. Yet that's okay. That's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine for an American to own a pug. It's perfectly fine for a pug to exist, but GMOs, no way, dude. In America, we only promote walking health problems, so that someone else or someone has to pay to fix the problems. Thanks, buddy. I'm sure hitting him with that fucking double damage shot sure did a lot of damage. People who own pugs are my worst enemy in real life. Not because I don't like the pug. People always seem to turn this around and be like, you hate dogs? What? Why do you gotta say that shit about my dog? And it's like, your fucking dog is a health problem. Your dog was created by some guy going, this thing has a stubby nose and can barely breathe. Let's breed it with another stubby-nosed dog who can barely breathe and see what we get out of it. That's totally okay. Like, do you not see the problem there? No, of course you fucking don't. If you own a pug, but are against GMOs, you are the epitome of everything wrong with the education system right now. It's actually like getting to the point where it's so fucking aggravating for me to talk to most people who like stuff like that, because they don't like hearing the truth. They don't like hearing honesty. They don't want to hear the fact the dog that they've owned for 5 to 6 years shouldn't exist and wouldn't exist. But yet they're like, oh, it's my pet animal. It's like nature and stuff. It's like, no, it's not. If nature had a choice, that thing that you own that you call a dog wouldn't exist. It'd be dead. Things that can't breathe, walk, or hunt for themselves don't exist in nature. I'm sorry, bud. And no one who's ever at the scale of anything will talk about this. You have people like PewDiePie who want to make a video about how one thing is bad on the internet or whatever, and then he holds up his fucking pug that he has as a pet. And it's like, do you know how fucking retarded you are? Do you know how stupid you look to anyone with half a fucking brain? As much as you've tried to get a brain over the past couple years, you still don't have one. I'd refuse to own an animal like that. It could be a rescue animal, and I don't care to own it. Because to me, it shouldn't exist. At least most pet cats that people have are still a cat. If it goes outside and runs away, it will probably survive. This happens all the fucking time. You know what doesn't happen? Is a pug running away and surviving for years. A bulldog running away and surviving for years. Doesn't happen. They require humans because humans created them. And then humans act like it's okay because they have bulging weird eyes, an overbite or an underbite, mangy looking skin that has folds and all this other garbage on it. And you have to basically treat the dog like a walking health problem. You spend like $300+ on a French bulldog that you're going to have to spend $3,000 more getting taken care of. And that's on the good side of things. I've heard people paying $10,000+ for their dumbass dog. Yeah, you love your dog. It's a family member. Whatever. You only bought it because it's a fucking fucked up morph of a dog and it looks funny to you. And that apparently is cute because it's helpless. Helplessness is cute. Therefore, take care of it because it can't take care of itself, even though humans created it. When there's a wastoid person that can't do anything good, you know what people do? They shove them off to the side because they're not worth their time. And people will wish that one specific type of people or a person themselves won't exist. I personally think that every single human that thinks that those kinds of things are okay shouldn't exist. Is that going to change anything? No. Would that piss a lot of people off? You fucking betcha. Because people have no logic behind anything that they like or do. I knew that was gonna happen. I wasn't even gonna do a super amp. Go look up a picture of what a Sharps Terrier used to look like 100 years ago versus the ones we have now. Just simply go onto Google, type in Sharps Terrier from a dog show in the early 1900s. There's a picture of what they used to look like on there. Now, they're mangy, fucked up snouts that are super bulgy and long and look like a cancer is growing on the front of the dog's face, because they've kept inbreeding it to keep its genetics similar, but in the process only fucked it up worse to the point where it's like a remote semblance of what it used to be. And there's many other dog breeds like that too that you can look up. Cats don't have that problem nearly as much, except for like Persian cats. But those, again, were specifically bred by a group of people for hundreds of years until they got them to that scrunched face look. And their face never even used to be that scrunched way back then. That was a trait that only came around the 1800s and 1900s. The super flat, mangy look to them. Well, that's another funny thing. It's funny that you say that about humans, because you'd have all these city folk complaining about inbreeding country people, right? Meanwhile, they're holding their inbred bullshit dog in their arms in a purse. And it's like, you are the definition of retarded. Wow. Wow. I'm sure that did more damage than my super amp was going to do. They're okay with inbreeding when it's not affecting them, and they can just use it as a toy. That's perfectly okay. I see no problem with that. Like, I've actually gotten to the point where I fucking hate people. I do. How can you not? Any person with a brain is going to hate most people in society nowadays. They have no rational logic to back up half of their outlandish bullshit that they'll spew at you. Why did my character do that animation? I pressed circle and triangle. I was trying to dash back forward. Exactly. People treat them like objects and not animals, while simultaneously saying that they're an animal and they're a pet, and that you should be like blah 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 blah, bow your knees down to this animal. And it's like, you don't even understand anything, do you? I don't think at least 80% of people understand how genetics work or how breeding works. Or how a dog breed like a pug or a bulldog or a chihuahua or something like that is created. Granted, chihuahuas had enough diversity within their genetics for them to not be complete mongoloid, not even representative of the animal that it came from. There are some chihuahuas which just look like a tiny golden retriever, in a way. You have things with fucking stuffed in noses, and it's like, again, a chihuahua couldn't survive out in nature. It doesn't possess that. A terrier would survive longer in nature than a chihuahua would. That's why I like cats. Because a cat is harder for a person to fuck up. And it's harder for a person to inbreed a cat out of having better genetics. There's only a couple cat species in the world that are like that. And even then they've started to breed out a lot of the health problems by introducing new breeds into the genetic tree. Like with Siamese cats. There's true Siamese, and then there's the false Siamese, which are actually better. They cost less and have less health problems. Because they're not actually Siamese cats. They just look like Siamese cats. There's no problem with uniqueness in genetics, but you have to breed in some amount of difference every once in a while. It has to be done for the sake of genetics. Same thing happens with plants. You know what's going to happen in 100 years? We're not going to have Cavendish bananas anymore. We're not. All of our Cavendish banana plants are the same plant. The second a disease starts to take over the bananas, which, mind you, if you didn't know anything about what's going on when it comes to food sources or animals or nature, that has already started to happen. And there have been a lot of major orchards that have had to close down entirely because they've gotten a disease that affected the entire crop of banana trees. Because they're all genetic clones of one another. There's no difference. They're all the same. Same thing happens with navel oranges. But luckily, we have hundreds of different species of oranges. Just like we have hundreds of different species of bananas, but because America's marketing doesn't want you eating a different type of banana, they don't have other types of banana that you can buy at a supermarket normally. Normally, you're only getting a Cavendish. That's it. You don't get like praying hands bananas, you don't get thousand finger bananas, you don't get red bananas, you don't get blue bananas, you don't get any of the other thousands of cultivars. You get one cultivar, which was grown specifically for its production and quality and its consistency. It produces, like, you look at a bunch of Cavendish bananas, that's what your brain instantly correlates to a banana. Because it's the perfect banana shape. There's very rarely any differences in size. You look at 12 bunches of bananas sitting on a shelf at a store, it looks like they're all the same. Like they were cut from the same tree. Almost. Because they were. They all come from the same genetic lineage. And it just so happened that that one plant had the most desirable characteristics. It didn't have seeds, but it also had a decent tasting fruit. I can't wait for the day, hopefully in the future, we get a lot more broad spectrum marketing when it comes to fruits and vegetables. Because currently, it's embarrassing. And you might think I was exaggerating with the colors. I'm not. There are different colored bananas. It's just like how not a lot of people know that their Florida orange juice is made with oranges that are dyed a lot of the time. Because spring oranges in Florida are a lighter color than what most people are used to. And so they look like a light yellow orange instead of that dark orange you see in a store. And sometimes you can even see where this dye has affected the outside of it. Because you'll notice like a sharp color difference on one side of the fruit versus the other. Or like you can scrape away a little bit of the peel at the surface and the color underneath it is different than the color at the surface. An orange, like a lemon that you buy at the store, should be the same color all the way through. With the exception of like blood oranges and stuff like that. But for the most part, most of them are just about the same color all the way through. You don't have spottiness, you don't have stuff like that, it's the same. Well, a lot of banana cultivars, interestingly enough, run into parthenocarpy naturally. Just because that is a very common problem with banana plants. Parthenocarpy, if you haven't remembered my previous rantings, is the fruit not producing seeds, or producing seeds so small that it doesn't affect the eating process. Most people nowadays, they eat a Cavendish banana, and they're just like, yeah, it's a banana. It doesn't have seeds, or something like that. And it's like, you have to like tilt your head at the person. I have literally gotten into an argument with a person that I live nearby because they thought I was crazy saying that bananas have seeds in them. And I had to tell them, like, yeah, they do. Just only ones that you find naturally. Because any mass-produced banana is grown because of its ability to not produce seeds, making the eating experience a lot better. Most bananas that are used, that do have seeds, are used for, like, custards, banana flavoring, and other things like that, where the seed can be removed. And it's not even like the seed is that big of a deal when it comes to the eating process. That's just how the marketing department of food and agriculture treat people. They think people are that stupid that people wouldn't buy a banana because it has a seed inside of it. Because it makes it so you can't just peel it and eat it, like start to finish in one go. You can't do that with a wild banana. They have seeds that are about the size of a watermelon seed on the inside. They're actually a little bit more rounded than a watermelon seed, but I was just giving like a rough size estimate. They're pretty big. And to be honest, I don't blame the Department of Food and Agriculture for what's happened to the general marketplace for food and vegetables. I don't. You know who I blame? I blame the fucking people. At the core, it's the people's fault. But people aren't just going to stop buying Cavendish bananas because they don't have a choice. It's a monopoly. You only have a choice when you go to a different country or you go to one of those very seldomly placed throughout the US unique food markets where you can buy stuff that you wouldn't buy normally at any other supermarket when it comes to fruit and vegetables. Like around here, we have a co-op. We're one of the only towns in like a good 250 miles that have a co-op that has fruit and vegetables that are grown organically and aren't the normal stuff that you'd find at a grocery store. Most co-ops just sell the same stuff that a grocery store sells, except for they have an organic label on it or something. They have some falsehood on the box that makes it seem like it's organic, but it has long been since proved that half of the things that are labeled as organic don't actually legally have to even be organic, because the term organic is vague and non-descriptive and is just a terminology for a way of doing stuff. You know how many people have probably seen a purple bell pepper before? Probably less than 1% of the population. You know how many people have seen a green or a red bell pepper? Probably 85 to 90% of the population on the planet. Except for like people in Africa, where you can't grow anything because the dirt sucks. And even then, I'm pretty sure they would have seen a bell pepper. Hold on, I wanna... Trying to remember the actual species name of the banana that I was talking about earlier. Oh, yeah. It's called a blue Java banana. When you get it when it's ripe, it's not blue. But when it's immature on the plant, it's a creamy, like, almost like a satin blue color. There's also red ones, which are in the same vein, except for the red ones will actually still have a hint of red in them when they're ripe. Most bananas turn a yellowy color when they are ripe. That's just what color the fruit turns. But that's just the skin. So a thing about bananas, if you didn't know, is that bananas' actual ripeness is determined by the feel of it. I know, it's weird, but That is how it goes if you talk to anyone who actually farms bananas. A farmed banana, the way that you know a banana is ripe in nature is by the texture of it. Because sometimes there are species of banana where the peel will go almost completely black like a plantain before the fruit on the inside is actually ripe. Oh, that's 2 players. No thanks. Like I have said many a times, the thing that pisses me off the most about food and agriculture is just the lack of knowledge out there, or the lack of knowing what you don't have. Like, dragon fruit used to be considered this mysterious fucking thing, and now it's just like everything else, because people exposed it enough of its weirdness to get it out there. And now you can find dragon fruit at a lot of, like, food markets. In a lot of places it's seasonal, but you can still find it. I've had a dragon fruit before. I live in the fucking Northeast, for fuck's sake. They're not... Oh, shit. Knocked my water over. And then knocked over the empty container of water. Dragon fruit isn't even that great tasting. It's a very mild flavor that's kind of hard to describe in a way. But it also depends on the type of dragon fruit. There's 3 main types of dragon fruit that's based on their color, and the different colored ones have varying flavors. Now, I've only personally had a red dragon fruit, which I believe is the most common dragon fruit, and those are known to be very bland. Whereas a white dragon fruit has a lot more of a concentrated, unique flavor to it. But they're just a cactus fruit. If you don't know what a dragon fruit comes off of, it comes off of a cactus. If you live in California, or you live anywhere in the southern part of the Americas, you can live in a place where you can grow dragon fruit outdoors and not have it be a big deal. They're pest resistant and they're a cactus. They grow slowly, but once they start producing fruit and you have a decent little hedge of them, you can get a good handful of fruit every couple months. I've always wanted to try and grow cactuses, but where I live it's just, or cactuses, bleh, cacti. But a lot of the time I feel like we just can't sustain a warm enough temperature for it to be nice. I'd have to keep it in a pot and keep it really small and trimmed its entire life, because I couldn't let it get lanky. Because without the support of other cactuses or other plants nearby, they really just flop over. A lot of people grow them up like a wire trellis. Lol. You thought you were safe. You are dead. I was going to do tail attack. I'm going to do... Aw. Wow. Damn you! No! What? What is going on? You can't actually deal lethal damage to Diablos while he's going during that animation. I didn't put more bombs in my bag. Oh wow. I don't have any bombs, bud. Sorry. Sorry, buddy. Even if I did, I would be one of the only ones placing anything down. See, I told you. He probably literally had like 1 HP left. But he can't die while he's digging. That's supposed to be a cat face that it made. I don't know, it's gotten to the point where I'm in a position of my life where if I see a person who owns a specific thing, I automatically, my brain just goes, you're at shit list. You're at shit tier of humanity. I might be there too, but I'm there for completely different reasons. I'm on a shit list just because I can't do anything and I shouldn't exist right now. I preach about nature and stuff like that. Well, if nature had a say in anything, I'd be fucking dead right now. I'd have been dead fucking 20 years ago. But there's one thing I do have that most people on the shit list don't have, and that's understanding and ability to learn.
Hello, Fiver.
Which I don't think most people have anymore. I don't think most people ever had that. Again, I hate to bring up anything to do with something controversial, but that's the only reason I feel like religion still exists, is because people are stupid enough to believe that believing matters. Believe you may, believe you might, it will not help you, but dog shite. And again, it doesn't matter what the beliefs are. Just the fact that people believe or think that something is a specific way when it isn't. And then when something is a specific way, they just are like, no, I refuse to acknowledge that. I refuse. I'm going to go back to my home and forget I ever learned this thing because I don't like the fact that that's how it works. It's like people who hate spiders. It's like I can understand being scared of a spider. Yeah. Sure. What I don't understand is people who, like, if I see a spider, burn it with fire. It's like, bitch, you must like mosquitoes then, don't you? I think everyone should be forced to have a pet spider for a week. Or better yet, have a live terrarium with real plants, real worms, real spiders, real stuff inside of it. Just so that they can learn how stuff interacts on an ecological level. Because the spider don't give a fuck about hurting you. Spider wants to live its own life. Eating bugs, it doesn't want to eat human. You're way too much for it. Any spider that attacks a human is attacking defensively. It's not attacking to eat you. Of course, I always recommend to people, don't hold spiders in your hand if you're terrified of them. Because when you're sitting there shaking, like, and the fucking spider feels that, it takes that as like a threat. That's why you can't trust people who are terrified of things to hold things. In my opinion, a way to get someone out of their fear of any animal or anything that they might have a fear of is to simply just experience it. You don't have to touch it, just be around it. Understand the creature. Learn to respect it for what it does. You'll then begin to learn when a thing is hungry or when a thing wants something. I mean, spiders don't give a fuck about attention. They don't have the mental capabilities to understand that. Being docile is different than being a pet. You don't have a pet spider, ever. Does that mean you need to be terrified of it? No. I've held spiders in my hands. I normally just do it to freak people out. Because they're scared of them, deathly scared of them. Even people who say they're not scared of spiders, you hold a spider in front of their face and they're like, get that out of here. Just like, cool, you think it's going to jump and attack you if it's not attacking me? The person holding it? No. It's just like a snake. It's not a pet. It may be a docile animal, but it's not a fucking pet. It doesn't have the mental capability to know stuff like that. Wild animals will still have that capability of knowing, though. Especially mammalian. Birds can be pets. They're smart enough. But there are just certain things which don't qualify under that branch of what a pet is. A pet is something you can interact with on a meaningful level, whereby the animal is responding to you because you're doing nice stuff for it. A spider doesn't respond to you because you're doing nice stuff for it. If you stop feeding the spider, it just dies. It doesn't go... It doesn't walk up to you and start whimpering and blah, 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 like a dog or any other animal would. It doesn't know that. All it knows is where... Like, why haven't I gotten an insect in like 2 months in my web? What's going on? Most spiders won't even move. A lot of spiders in that situation will just literally starve to death. But in nature, that rarely ever happens. Only in captivity does that happen. Because in nature, there's so much biodiversity that it can eat so many different things. A big-ass tarantula will eat a lizard. Or another tarantula. Does it eat a human? No. You never find a single report of someone being eaten by a spider, whereby the spider has sat there and meticulously sucked all of the wet juices out of the human. Doesn't happen. It's way too much for the biggest spider on the planet that exists, a Goliath bird-eater tarantula, ain't gonna eat a human. Even birds, they don't really eat that much. They're just called that because they can. And that's only if the bird is dumb enough to go down into a hole in the ground. How many birds can you name on your fingertips where it goes into a hole in the ground? Exactly. God damn you and your frickin' long-ass tail. And don't get me wrong either. I'm not saying people who have like pet channels that are all about spiders or snakes are bad or they're like misguided in some way. But they're not pets. A snake doesn't slither around you because it wants you to pet it. A snake slithers around you when you own one because it's fucking cold in its terrarium and you're warm. So by being next to you, it can warm up its body and move faster. Because that's how snakes work. Most reptiles are like that too. There are some reptiles though, like bearded dragons, which can show some level of like to be pet because it's getting its scales scraped, but even then they don't have much feeling outside of their skin for that reason. In nature, that would be a bad trait. A bird fly down, tickles a lizard, and all of a sudden they become best friends. Doesn't happen. But you do have animals that will naturally take care of each other in nature. Or animals that will sometimes take care of things that are completely unrelated to what they are. But you always have to be skeptical, because sometimes that could just be because the animal is bored. You have those videos of like the frickin' orangutan that takes care of a cat. And it's like, all it takes is one bad day, one ill-tempered moment for that orangutan to just go, you know what? Squish, right in his hand. It's happened before with other things. And as much as people want to give them credit, think of it just like a human. Most people are smart enough to know better. Does that change the fact it shouldn't exist? Not really. But does it change the fact that you need to treat stuff differently depending on what it is, regardless of what it is? You wouldn't treat a spider the same way you'd treat your dog, in the same way that you wouldn't treat your dog the same way you'd treat an orangutan, even if that orangutan can do sign language. There's still a level of intelligence that's not factored in that equation. Spider's intelligence sums up to mating, eating, and web building. Everything else in between is just purely a vessel for doing one of those three things. Do ground owls even stay on the ground all the time, though? And also, they make their own burrow. They don't walk into another thing's burrow. Tarantula tries to go into a freaking owl's nest and it'll just go ah, and just peck and eat the thing in a half a second. That's just what's going to happen. You know how hard it would be for a spider to bite through an owl's feathery exterior? Plus, I'm pretty sure the Goliath bird eater doesn't even exist in the same area where the ground owl exists. Where's the Goliath bird eater? Hold on. Northern South America. Ground owls are from Arizona. It's close, but not close enough, I'm afraid. And again, with a name like that, you'd think it would actively seek out birds. It doesn't. In fact, when people keep Goliath bird eaters in captivity, they feed them roaches. Normally, roaches are crickets. It's like people who think domesticating an animal takes thousands of years of genetics. It doesn't. It simply doesn't. If that was the case, people wouldn't be able to have pet capybaras, pet bears, all that kind of weird shit. But it doesn't. All that matters, you get it as a pup, you raise it right, you discipline it when it does a trait that you don't want it to have. Simple as that. That's how you do dog or cat behavior. Lots of attention, lots of no's and yeses, and good boys, if you want to be like that. It's easy. I fail to see how so many people end up with such bad dogs. Or cats, for that matter. I've already talked about it before, especially back when I used to live at my old house. How pretty much every cat that I've ever owned, I could pick up and hold, and it would purr and love being held. I go to anybody's house when I was a kid, and their cat is the evilest piece of shit that doesn't want you to touch it. And that's not to do with the cat. People will be like, oh yeah, that's just the cat. That isn't how we raised it. And it's like, bitch, I bet you paid attention to it for the first week you owned the damn thing. And then stopped giving it attention for like 2 months because it kept being fucking annoying. And then when it finally got old, you couldn't give a shit anymore. So you just fucking sat there and just watched your cat become this angry piece of shit for no reason. That's not how animals work, dickwad. Just like how people don't work that way. You don't just be born into being an asshole. People always used to call my cat Chippy a cat dog because of how he behaved. Because he would follow me around everywhere, he'd respond to his name, and stuff like that. People used to just call him a cat dog because they figured that was only possible by a dog. Because most people don't give a fuck about their cats enough. Because cats are independent, yes, but if you want a good pet cat, it requires a lot of attention. A lot of saying their name over and over again, even for no reason sometimes. Just to get their attention and make sure that they know that you're the person they should be basically giving the respect to. Because an animal will so quickly not give a fuck about you the second you let them be the alpha. Having a good pet is keeping the animal basically in a permanent state of being immature. The second your animal crosses into adulthood and you haven't given it the care it deserves, to the point where it won't respond to you, it's negligent, it barks, meows, or hisses all the time, or whatever, etc., 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 bullshit story that you hear from most people. Because that's just what it is. It's bullshit. It just means a person didn't raise it right. It's just like when people say there are certain species of dogs which don't get along well with other dogs. Bull fucking loney. Just like when people say, oh yeah, you can't, like, my dog doesn't do well around other people or stuff like that. It's like, well, I wonder who caused that. Wasn't the dog that caused that, now was it? The dog didn't just up and decide as a 2-month-old puppy to just start being a fucking asshole to everything. Now did he? Sure, if you got a rescue dog that was through like a traumatic experience when it grew up, then that's not your fault. But if you raised that dog from a puppy to the second it's old and it has traits like that, you're the reason why it's fucked up. Not the dog's fault. If you have an angry cat, angry dog, angry whatever the fuck, it's your fucking fault. Damn you. I wish Hyro was here. Because he's seen my cats before. The pictures that I had of them. Before I moved, anyways. And every single person who got a cat from mine, that were either family, friends, or relatives, talks about how my cat is one of the best cats. And I think I've already talked about it before, how one of the cats that I gave the vet's office became a service cat. It's a cat that they bring to the hospital for old people to relax them. Because all he wants to do is just sit with you, drool on you, and purr. He walks around with a little vest on and everything. I got to see him when I was in the hospital. He's all white, has a really, really long nose, so everybody, including me, called him Nosy. Because no matter what you were doing, he always would come over and just stick his head right underneath your hand and pretty much force you into the petting thing. He was a really, really good cat, though. Why are you using baby bombs, dude? Just go the extra mile and grow some devil's blight, you fucking nerd. It's a waste of a barrel bomb. I was gonna get hit by that. I'm gonna get hit by that too. Nope. R2 circle hasn't worked for me once this entire fight. No, I'm gonna get blasted over by the fire. Yeah. Come on, get out of the one spot where the lava can damage you from standing on it. The four main cats I had when I was growing up was Rusty. He was when I was real young. Chippy, of course. Nosy, but he was much younger. He was only like maybe a half a year old before we had to move. And then one of my, still probably my actual favorite cat that I owned, just because of the way that he responded to you, was my cat, Nugget. I just called him Nug, but he was a all-white Maine Coon. He had the Maine Coon fur patterning, like super shaggy and everything, but he was just all white. And he had a blue and a yellow eye, and had deafness in one ear. And that was because the Maine Coon part of his genetics was horribly inbred. And so he was pretty much all white with a super fluffy tail, super big mane, and could only really hear out of one of his ears. And you could still say Nug, and he would instantly turn with the side of the head that he could hear you with and look at you. He wouldn't hesitate, and he'd always make like a... Again, I don't know if anyone has ever owned enough cats to know the different sounds that a cat can make. But cats make these like weird, like almost sort of like a person going like or something like that with their mouth. You can look up videos of this, of cats doing it. Just look up like Maine Coon bird or something like that. A lot of people's Maine Coons do it because it's a natural instinctive trait that that species of cat has, whereby they'll try to lure a bird towards them by making these little weird chirping and like whistling and kind of noises. And they'll like do like this chattering in the middle of it as well. There are even cats which have like a semi-bark sound when they do that. But anyways, this cat, whenever you would say his name, would respond to you by doing that. He'd go like at you with like his mouth. And it wasn't aggressive or defensive, it was just his way of vocally responding back to you. Chippy would just do like a grunt. He'd just do like a throat grunt. And most of my cats responded to me vocally, because I always would say random stuff to them. Or I'd say their name a bunch. That's one of the main things that people don't get about their pets, is if you want your pet to respond to you really well, say its name all the time, even when you don't need to. Just all the time. Every day, everything the animal does, say its name. My fucking neighbor's cat responds to me. That's not even my own cat. My neighbor's orange cat farmer vocally responds to me. He doesn't even do it to their own owners because they don't say his name enough. They don't acknowledge him enough for him to care enough to do that. You have to make the cat want to care about what you're saying to it. Even again, cat ain't gonna fucking understand a word you're saying, which is why you make the same noise. That's why most of my cats' names had hard vowel sounds in them. Like nugget. You can say nug, and that sound sounds unique to the cat, especially when you say it a lot of times in a row. Same thing with Chippy. I always used to just call him Chip. You say Chip enough times to a cat, and it learns to associate that sound with itself. Because you're saying it looking at it. And you just keep doing that. I know it seems like that's common sense, but so many people will do that for like the first couple months that they have their pet, and then they'll just randomly stop, or they'll only say it when they want the pet to respond to them. But that's not how it works. A pet's brain is really short. But as long as you keep consistent with it, this is why whenever I've had a cat from someone else's house, I always try to ask them what the name of the cat is and try to actually learn it. Because 9 times out of 10, I'll get their cat to respond to me better than they do to them. And it's like I told my neighbor, whose cat always comes over to my yard to sit with me, I'm like, you should keep him inside more and pay more close attention to him. And I was like, I'm not saying that as to tell you how to have your cats. I'm just saying, if you think it's amazing the way that I can get him to follow me around, you could just as easily do the same thing if you gave a fuck about him. Instead of just letting him walk around in a suburban area where cars go by all the time. The people already lost 2 cats to cars last year and still have not frickin' learned from their mistake. And it's like, what do you expect? And don't get me wrong, my neighbor's actually a great dude. He is just always busy with woodworking, because his job is to make, he does what the hell is it called, like electroform tables, where he'll get like a giant slab of wood, he'll like connect electrical cables up to it and send a high current through the wood, which accentuates the grain structure of it and burns in like these tree-like markings into it, and then he'll do some engraving and stuff like that into the center and make it look all ornamental. And he gets like probably, I don't know, $700 to $1,000 for like 5 to 6 days of work. He's a great dude, but he just doesn't have time to take for that because they also have a kid that has cerebral palsy and is in a wheelchair all the time that they have to constantly take care of as well on top of that. Next year I'm going to be helping him during the summer. But every time I go over there and talk to him, his cat runs to the door and follows me around outside. And I have to pick him up in my arms and bring him back inside and then walk out of the house and like shut the door quickly. Because the cat will just want to keep following me everywhere. And then it will come up to my trailer and try to come inside. And it's like, you can't do that, buddy. It's like, I'd love to have a cat, but I'm not allowed to. Not where I live currently, anyways. And that's because the people who owned this place before I did took such piss poor care of it and had a problem with their animals breeding too much, and that's why the people got kicked out. So it's all fun and game until your kittens have kittens. And then you have like fucking 20 cats. And all of them have to be sent to a rescue shelter because they won't legally let you take them. He was over here yesterday morning. My neighbor's cat was just sitting on the porch waiting for me to come outside. And I'll normally sit and I'll pet him for a little bit. Let him sit in my lap. He reminds me a lot of Nosy that I used to have. Because that's all he wants to do is just sit with a person and just be pet. He doesn't even... He will play outside and he'll play with random stuff. But the second you call him or make a noise and sit on the ground, he'll just come over and leap right into your lap and curl up into a little ball and just expect you to pet him. And that's what you should want your cat or your dog or whatever you own to be like. Even birds can be trained to be that responsive. Birds can sometimes be overly responsive. They're personally my least favorite pet. Not that I don't like birds. Cockatiels are incredibly hilarious. My aunt used to have a cockatiel. And whenever she let it out of its cage, it would just roam around the house, messing with people. Or like doing something. You play music in the, I can't remember what they call it. They call it like a crown or something. But like a cockatiel has feathers on the top of its head that the bird will like stretch outwards when the bird is like, I guess, curious or enjoying itself or whatever. Because they used to do that all the time. I'd sit on like the edge of the couch. You'd be listening to music or watch something on TV and a commercial would come on, and the bird has seen the commercial so much that it would start to repeat some of the noises on the commercial, or like move its body to it, which was always the most enjoyable part about it for me. He didn't dance like you see some of the ones doing online, but it sure as hell loved making weird noises. Sorry, I'm trying to make myself a cup of tea. Let me shut off my heater. I need to use the bathroom real quick as well, so while that's going, I'll do this. I don't know, I've had a lot of experience with animals. Wild and domesticated. And when I see people who try to act like animals become volatile on their own volition, it's not a thing that actually happens. People just hate being called out for being negligent. People hate being called out for being wrong. And only when things go to complete shit will they ever admit to stuff like that. That's why I said like a couple months ago, everyone should be put near death. Anyone who doesn't respect things or respect life in and of itself should be put near death. And if they don't come out of it with a better realization or understanding of things, they should be put right back near death again. Because until you can learn to respect life, only when you will understand that life doesn't inherently try to kill you. It's just like the people that I live around who think that like there are plants that are super bad. And you have to sit there and explain to them that the only reason why plants became poisonous or toxic is because something kept eating them. You know why peppers produce capsaicin? The same reason tobacco produces nicotine. It was an anti-herbivore deterrent. But humans learn to love that element of, whoa, that's so fucking hot, sort of thing. Because all peppers, except for like bell peppers, I guess, came from that same lineage. And it's just like tobacco again. Tobacco produces nicotine to ward off predators from eating it. And you know what we did as humans? We're like, well, why don't we just fucking smoke it? Duh. It's disappointing to me that despite all the education emphasis we have nowadays, none of that education system is to teach people the world that they live in. Or that it's one small part of it with a really strict curriculum to not teach them the stuff that they need to learn to decipher what is bad or not. Or how to do things better. And to do it in a way that doesn't put people off of it. Or to have teachers that don't clearly care about their fucking job and just want to get a paycheck for screaming at a kid all day. Dang it, didn't have enough. Why did I do that? Dang it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn you. You got me. You got me right in the damn. Wait, fuck. Is my tea done yet? Smells good. Still pretty watery. It's hairy, watery. Sorry that I ran out of stuff to talk about in that regard. You can only repeat yourself so much before you don't even want to hear yourself say anything anymore. Lemon and melon. 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 Look at the cute little Rathalos. I knew I was gonna get blasted by the toad. Where does Blue Rathalos sleep again? He sleeps in the rock area, right? Or not rock, the crystal area. Up here. Next to where Bagel sleeps. Yeah. Man, I would love for the slinger to fire when I actually press R2 a lot of the time, instead of firing like a full fucking second afterwards. Sometimes it's so unresponsive to shoot, it's not even funny. God damn it. He's so big, but his hitbox is sucked into his body so far. Son of a fuck. Is he really already weak? I'm getting hit. No. Evade extender. Seriously, I feel like my sword is going through his body sometimes and it doesn't even connect. That's the second time that's happened. I was expecting to hear "not bad" 3 times, because 3 of them were Geralt. Oh, hey, what's up, godlike taters? Sorry if I didn't respond to you when you came in. Sorry, man, if you're still there. Let's get rid of these before I build up too many. How's it going, man? Put a lot of lemongrass in that tea bag. Wait, is the greatest Jargus already done? Yep, it already is gone. So you must work pretty late. Ah, I see. You're Central Time, right? You don't have to disclose anything you don't want to. I feel like I should preface that.
It's finally happening.
See you around, buddy.
Where the fuck are you going? Damn it. Double damn it. Well, he does stuff too fast. Damn it, I wanted to hit him in the face. There's no way I was gonna dodge that. Goodbye. Oh, come on. Really? I'm not wasting my time on that. So horse shit. The game just doesn't want me to help people with Behemoth. It just doesn't want me to. It just wants to keep killing me in the most bullshit ways ever. I died to the same exact bullshit earlier when I was using Charge Blade. Got hit by a meteor, and then got forced to get hit by the second one, and it kills you, because it does too much fucking damage. Game's not balanced. Monster Hunter's not designed for a fight like that, and it is inherently broken because of it. You can fight Extreme Behemoth and get less fucking bullshit than what just happened to me right there. Doesn't matter if it's possible to beat it, it's just impossibly unfun. You can't enjoy fighting a monster that does 3 animations before you can complete one. It's just not fun. hate sitting there babysitting people with wide range. And then the one time that I need help, I don't get it because I'm the only person that does use wide range. Oh, you fucking dumb game. Don't even worry about it. Charge Blade is fucking not even that great unless you get lucky. Because literally the behemoth can turn around and do an animation, and half of the time it takes you to do one. It's not gonna matter. I mean, for normal monsters it's fine, but for him it's just literally you have to get lucky. It's 100% luck. Everything else in this game is fine currently. Even fucking Lunastra, even though I hate her fight with a deep passion. I just hate Behemoth. It's so unpredictable. It's so bullshit. It's so... like, you're not even able to predict when you're going to die because he can just randomly decide, oh yeah, I'm gonna drop 2 meteors on your head. First one's gonna stun you, second one's gonna kill you. And it's like, okay. The only thing I could have done to prevent dying there is have stun resistance on my gear. What do you want me to have? Stun resistance, health boost, divine blessing, wide range, recovery speed. Like, you need 20 different skills to fight the monster appropriately. Evade extender. Handicraft. It's ridiculous. And of course, you better believe they make sure that every single fucking set is meticulously set up to not let you be able to make the armor sets that you want to make. You better bet. You better bet you're always going to have one fucking skill in your armor set that you don't goddamn need, but they just stuck it there anyways. Lunostra's set is probably the only set we've gotten in the entire game where all of the stats on the armor are usable alongside a build. But that's only if you're doing a wide range build. It's like the Arch-Tempered sets. It's like when you have an Arch-Tempered monster, you'd think, oh yeah, the monster is going to have a better version of the skills that are on the same armor. So nope, nope. Better get my nope alarm out, because the amount of nope in that fucking sentence is noping. It's just like, come on, Capcom. Like, come on. Like, I understand that's how you've been doing it for the past couple of games. That doesn't mean you need to continue doing it, especially when you have a lack of monster variety. And you don't give a significant monster update for a year and a half after the game came out. I'm going to mention it until the day that I stop playing this game. When the fuck is Rotten Vale gonna get the love it deserves? When is it gonna get unique monsters that aren't just a yellow and black Jagras that paralyzes you? Or a wheel monster that's just a reskin of a wheel monster from another game. Like, it's... The area has so much potential in concept, but in practice, it's the least original area in the entire game. With its only redeeming factor being Odogaron, but he's not even exclusive to that area. It's not like Odogaron can only be found in the Rotten Vale. No. I was having better luck killing Extreme Behemoth than I have been a normal one recently. It's actually fucking ridiculous. I should just go back to doing Extreme Behemoth. Oh my god. How did he get the enmity? How? How the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with this game? Like, my brain couldn't even I just... oh my word. God, that fucking hit me? I'm gonna get hit again. Thankfully, I have a Vade Extender on this build. Yeah, not gonna avoid that. How did that... How did the fucking 4 Asian dudes do it? How did they do it? Want to hit him in the claw. Son of a fuck. Yes! Bow to me, motherfucker. No, don't! Oh, he's putting down a comet, which those dingwads are gonna get destroyed anyways. Nope. Oh my god, I'm gonna get it destroyed if I'm not careful. He is spamming the worst subset of attacks he could be spamming right now. Oh, come on. How did the first hit, but not the one that swings a 360? I would have gotten hit by that. Oh yeah, that's right. That knocks you over even with Rocksteady on. Cause logic. You gotta always delete a mechanic. I need to get him away from the comics. I couldn't. How didn't that hit me? Yeah, I knew that was gonna hit me though. There's nothing you can do to get out of a slide either. If you press X, you jump. You don't fucking roll. Why do I even have my weapon out? I literally can't do anything because my weapon is out. Fucking circle followed by a circle. But the second circle didn't do any damage. What, that meteor got destroyed? Wow, he actually made it. Luck sack. Just completely fucking lucky. This is the Zora Magdaros hammer. Oh my, I couldn't even run over to him before his trip ran out. I couldn't run over to him and do one single attack because of how bullshit this fucking monster is. It just doesn't even belong in Monster Hunter. It belongs in fucking Dark Souls. Watch this last like 5 seconds. Oh, I hate everything. Damn you. Can we not be in crotch zone? If I have to be the person to go and stand halfway across the map because no one else wants to, I will. I'm not letting our comets end up in that tiny little zone down there. I refuse. Oh my god. I took a sip of my fucking tea, and during that animation, he just has to turn. The only... I just wanted him to charge at me. I didn't want him to fucking do his long range attack. God, I didn't roll that way. Stupid bullshit. Can you let me charge again? Thank you. Damn you! Man, this tornado being dead center is really making this way harder than it needs to be. Come at me, bro. That's what I wanted him to do before. How? How? What are hitboxes? Don't lead him that way, dude. Come on. Are you fucking serious? Get up over here. Well, that comment's gone, because this guy's a fucking idiot. Doesn't matter how many barrel bombs you use, bub, if we die to the fucking ecliptic meteor. Because you're gonna get the comet destroyed. I refuse to go over there. We can lose this mission because that one guy wants to be a fucker. Go right ahead. I don't really give a shit. I'll wait. You gonna come over to me, bud? Oh, cool. You're giving me my own comet? Awesome. Thanks. I'll hide behind this already, since no one wants to fight him not in Tornado Land. This is the average intelligence of your human beings that you have to live with. Oh yeah, we're gonna lose. It's like they haven't realized yet that this is where you are going to fight him, or you can lose and enjoy it. They must enjoy it. Yep, they enjoy it. Congrats. Congrats for being the 3 stupidest pieces of shit I've ever seen. Let's fight around tornadoes so we have to dodge and keep him in a tiny little line instead of going to the area where you can easily dodge him because there's room to move around where there isn't tornadoes. Genius. Peak of human intelligence. It's the upper echelon of knowledge. I already have to go to the bathroom again. Because this tea. But it tastes so good. And I don't add any sweeteners or anything into it. Sorry, I had to get more water to add to it. It's getting a little strong. I like it when it's super strong, but my body doesn't. Goes right through me. I never take the tea bag out. So, I'll be right back. That there is one of the reasons why, as much as I try to help people doing Behemoth, I hate helping people doing to do Behemoth. Because that shit happens every time. One out of like every 15 Behemoth runs, you actually have a chance at beating him. It's just like, I don't know why I bother to help. Why? Why help someone on that mission? It's always going to end up being the same outcome. Either you have to babysit, either you are a babysitter, or someone else is, or people refuse to move to an area where there aren't tornadoes and just want to fight them in between tornadoes. Like, I did great that entire fight. I knocked him down like 2 to 3 times.
I'm ready.
This was a terrible weapon choice. I'm never gonna be able to... Wait, I can't even KO this monster. Why did I pick a hammer? Oh my god, I'm so idiotic. You can't mount him either. God damn it. Yeah, I can't even hit him in the head to do bonus damage with this weapon. I love how my character's almost completely underwater when I roll. Only good thing about the hammer and fighting this monster is I can match his mobility. Except for when I do that, so no more doing that. Wow, I hit him in the head? That wasn't the way that I rolled. I was pressing left, which would have made my character go backwards at that camera angle. I would have just rolled right into that one. I hate how trolly this music is. This music sounds like it belongs in a GIF of a JPEG of the troll face. Don't hurt. Did I put... Okay, so life pounder. Just trying to learn my own wheel a little bit better. Now he's an Anjanath. It's what he's always wanted to be. He never wanted to be a chicken scratch. He just wants to be a Devil Joe. Right into the shit. Good job, me. 10 out of 10. Yeah, he has a lot of HP. And he heals if you let him stay back at base too long. Like a fucking Final Fantasy enemy. What the fuck was that dumb, goofy-ass animation? Ooh, get wrecked. Riggedy, riggedy wrecked. Nope. I just squished the absolute fuck out of that poor, poor dung beetle. Chippo, no! Wow. What? Hit boxes. It's a hit box. How did I slide there? How did I get hit there? How does anything? Don't plessy off me. Did you play any of the other Monster Hunter games, Taters? See, this phase right here, it's very crucial you stick on him. You don't want him to be back in his base for more than a minute. Because he'll regenerate hundreds of HP in a matter of a couple seconds. See, that animation right there? That animation is his health recovery animation. Oh, so you never got to play any of the other ones. So you don't know, like, Plesioth and some of the other monsters which are known to be super fucking annoying and bullshit to fight. Not that they were hard. Plesioth wasn't hard in the sense he killed you fast. He was hard in the sense that his hitboxes were so ridiculously overscaled for his body, but was never fixed because it just became a run-on joke. And if you don't know Monster Hunter, you'd know that run-on jokes stick for a long time. People called Devil Joe Pickle back in Monster Hunter 3. And even in Monster Hunter World, what is the name of his tempered quest? Relish the moment. Even the developers are in on their own inside jokes. Because they're just huge-ass jokesters themselves. If you didn't know, that's what people call Devil Joe. He's called Pickle. A lot of people just call him Pickle because that's what he looked like. Back then, he had a much deeper color grade to him. In this, he looks more like... He doesn't have the saturation that he had in the older games. Because they tried to make his colors a little bit duller. Because he has the orange and stuff in him, which is more vibrant in this game, I guess. To a degree, anyways. Just look him up from Monster Hunter 3. You'll get a good idea. If you have a computer or something near you. Just go to Google and type Monster Hunter 3, or, yeah, Monster Hunter 3, and then Devil Joe. Same thing with Baroth, if you want to. Baroth is a monster that's from Monster Hunter 3 as well. The mud monster in this zone. And he's in a zone almost identical to the Wildspire Waste in the game he's from. It just, every Monster Hunter game before this one, there was a loading screen in between every zone on the map. So to go from 1 to 2 and 2 to 3 all had a loading screen. Every little zone had a loading screen. But the loading screens were like 2 to 3 seconds long. It was never that bad. It was all done with flash memory on handheld. Except for Monster Hunter 1 on the PlayStation 2. That one had much longer loading times because of the CD being read. I have that game. I have my PlayStation 2 copy of Monster Hunter still. Of course, the half of the content in the game is locked to online. So, if you didn't have online like I had, you didn't get to play half of the game, basically. Because all Monster Hunter games were designed as multiplayer games. They were not designed as single-player games. This is the only game that lets you play single-player for the most part. Beefy boy. Nice. He's got a gem. Get flame manipulated upon. Yeah. This is the only game that lets you play single player. For the most part. I mean, you can play by yourself in the other games, but everything is scaled to multiplayer. There never used to be health scaling in Monster Hunter, is what I'm trying to say. Sorry if I breathe into the mic at all. I never did either, I just always borrowed it. It's only because I had a relative of mine who had one. That's how I even know about Monster Hunter 4, because I played 3 the most, which was on Wii. Was on like PSP or some shit. is that Monster Hunter Freedom Unite? Hold on. Let me look Reno real quick. Oh yeah, it was Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. The Monster Hunter Freedom series, I should say. Man, those are games which really fell off the radar for so many different people. They missed their opportunity to become a very successful franchise by not having games on standard consoles. Even if they were just ports of a handheld game, people would have still bought it and it still would have been a hit. Well, I mean, I guess they technically did, but it wasn't really a part of the franchise. Like the series. I want them to put fucking Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate on this. Just to give you a comparable, Monster Hunter Portable Free / Freedom 3 has 4.9 million sales. And is one of the most sold. Monster Hunter Generations has 4.3. Monster Hunter 4G has however many. And Monster Hunter World has 12 million. They're kind of missing out. They had an entire marketplace that they could have already been making millions more dollars from. But they didn't. Because they is stupido. It's not like a handheld game engine couldn't be made to work on a console, for fuck's sake. What am I gonna do with all this processing power? I don't know how to program for it. I mean, compared to a frickin' 3DS. Like, Jesus Christ. Fucking idiots. Gas. Got gas? Monster Hunter World is one of the only, like, major installments, I think besides 4, to not introduce a new weapon. I don't remember if 4 introduced a new weapon, though. I think Charge Blade already existed. And then there's weapons that never returned. They say 14 hunter weapons in this game, like that was a definitive number at one point in time. It wasn't. You want to know what used to exist that doesn't now? The medium bowgun. It was a bowgun in between light and heavy. Who would have thunk it? Damn it, I was really trying to get that tail. Yep. I wish I was joking too, but I'm not. Medium bowgun was a thing before charge blade was a thing. Hunting horn 2, I believe. Longsword also wasn't in the game when the game first arrived. Like, Longsword isn't in Monster Hunter 1. I highly recommend, if you have never seen the opening sequence, go look up the opening sequence to Monster Hunter 1 on PS2. You'll be surprised because you'll see a lot of familiar things in it. This is one of the few franchises which gets to copy its own content without being chastised by its community. Valhazak is one of the only new Elder Dragons besides Nergigante. Teostra, Kushala Daora, those both existed before this game. Uragan also existed in another game. Devil Joe, Baroth. Rathalos, of course. Rathalos, Rathian, Pink Rathian. That's why the quest for Pink Rathian is called Old World Monster in a New World. But for some reason that doesn't qualify for the Rathalos and Rathians, even though they're technically also new to that world by their logic. Green Rathian existed before Pink Rathian did. There also used to be a yellow or gold Rathian, which isn't in this game. There also used to be weird gem-based variants of monsters, like Jade Baroth, which look way cooler than what it looks in this game. Jade Baroth looks so much cooler, and even just Ultimate Baroth from Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate. Ultimate Baroth looks way cooler than Monster Hunter World Baroth. But that's because this game emphasized detail and not color, like some of the other games did. Look up Rajang if you want another monster to look up. R-A-J-A-N-G. Rajang or Rajang. No, that guy got me hit. I know, why not just have a cannon? I can't wait for the wheel wagon cannon carrier to make its way. Squish. A lot of monsters also share skeletons in this game with older monsters. Like, the new monsters aren't even new in their skeletons. All of the skeletons already existed before Monster Hunter World. There isn't a single unique skeleton in this game besides Zora Magdaros, if you can consider his giantness to be a skeleton. Oh, that was horse shit. And by skeleton, I mean their model rig. Balhazak uses Teostras, which is the same as Kushala Daora. All of those monsters share a same skeleton, the four-legged monster types. And you can tell because they do really similar animations, just used at different speeds, with different timings to make it seem like it's a different animation base when it's really not. Some will have unique animations, like Valhazak's double hit turnaround animation is unique to him. But a lot of them are just repurposed, reused animations from other monsters. Xenojiva's belly attack is the same as Behemoth's belly attack. They both share the same skeleton. Which that same skeleton is also used for Nergigante. If you look up Gore Magala, I couldn't remember how to spell it. It's spelled Gore Magala. So, G-O-R-E M-A-G-A-L-A. That monster is where that skeleton comes from. Or at least that's the one that I know. And if you look it up, you'll notice a striking similarity to what Nergigante is. Nergigante's profile is a little bit more pronounced comparatively. But it's about the body structure. Because that's normally a good way to tell what skeleton they're bound to. Rathalos has, or I shouldn't say Rathalos, Basil has Rathalos skeleton. Which Rathalos skeleton is fucking so old, it's not even funny. Go back and watch footage from Rathalos in Monster Hunter 1. You'll even notice the attacks of the weapons are almost the same back then. Monster Hunter normally doesn't change a lot, it just adds on top of what already exists and irons it out a little bit. That's why when you end up with something that's so unfun to fight like Behemoth, you wonder, like, were the people who complained about Rajang just full of shit? Because some of the stuff in this game is so much worse. In the previous games, you could zone out of a monster's fighting zone, heal yourself back to full health with no worry of being attacked, and then go back into the zone where the 3 people on your team were fighting it. You can't do that in Monster Hunter World. Monster Hunter World forces everyone to be in combat at the same time, pretty much. Because the monster will just run. If it's enraged, it'll run through the zone to the other thing. And it's like, it didn't fucking do that before. You couldn't lure a monster around a map in those games. Unless you were using meat. Which was the whole point of raw meat in those games. And this game made raw meat pretty much fucking useless. Because they changed how the AI operates around it. I know, because when the game came out, I tried to use meat to lure a dogger on down to the place where Valhazak comes out, because I thought that it was like a secret area. And you just had to get a monster to knock it down. Like he can knock down the threaded shit in his lair. Yeah, but it probably doesn't have a player base, and trust me, you want other people to play with. If you have a Reddit account, definitely go on the Reddit. And ask for people to play with you. Because everyone will be playing Ultimate on the Switch now. Generations is a different type of game, though. Well, I shouldn't say that in its entirety, but it's a lot more action-orientated with special abilities and stuff like that being set to individual weapons. And you get a choice of 4 different fighting styles, which impact the way that your character uses the weapon. Like aerial style, for example, will cause a lot of your charge attacks and or combo-based attacks to launch your character into the air. Sort of like how Spirit Helmbreaker works. Or like Glaive. But Glaive is always aerial, so that doesn't really count. Striker was my favorite. Striker or aerial greatsword. In Ultimate, they added a new attack for aerial greatsword. I haven't gotten to play that yet, but I've watched a lot of it, so I can still know what's in it. I watched a Mega Evolution in his game play it. This franchise has history. Not that a lot of other games don't, but the history means a lot more to Monster Hunter players than I feel like it does to a lot of other games. Except now that Dark Souls is a thing. That community sort of likes to act like everything that is hard in a video game is Dark Souls, but without actually knowing why. It's like everyone who likes Dark Souls is the opening sequence of Dark Souls 2, even though Dark Souls 2 is the most disliked Souls game because it is the most Souls game. But people hate hearing that. Fuck. Damn it. Damn it! The Greatsword is like the most changed weapon out of almost all of them. Greatsword never used to have half of the stuff that it has in this game. Like the tackling, the flip attack, the wide jumping sweep attack never used to exist. I'm gonna kick it in the head. Get kicked. This used to be something that everything could do. Everything could kick to activate environmental stuff. Critical kick. Get fucked. Damn it. Get blocked. From Chrono Trigger? I don't know if I remember that enemy that well. Hold on. Levels. Chrono Trigger. . What? So he looks like a giant spiky slug to you. I wondered if that's what you were talking about, but that, like... In my brain, I look at it from the skeleton point of view, so...
Are you okay?
The unique features mean almost nothing to me once I know what skeleton a monster has on it. This is from another game. This is from another game. This technically isn't from another game, but it uses the same skeleton as Uragon, which is why his name's Radabon. But Uragon existed before this guy did. And he's just literally the most reskin of reskin monsters. This used to exist, and this existed in every Monster Hunter game. That monster is in pretty much every game, and has an exhibit in Universal Studios Japan where you can see a full life-sized one. This one exists in a lot of the other games. This also exists in quite a few other Monster Hunter games. This existed before. That's new. This existed before. This existed before. Pretty sure this existed before as well. So did this. This existed before. This one did. This one's technically new, but it's just a reskin. And then these are new, I guess. Technically.
We're on the hunt.
What? I actually got a food skill? I just wanted it for the attack up L. Why does that keep happening? How did that happen? Ow. Oh my god. Oh, I don't think I'm gonna beat this mission. Glad to see they passed that. Now. No. No, kid. No. That kid's getting deleted. Second someone starts adding me to group messages, that's when they get deleted. But I'm in the middle of a 15-minute quest, so I don't have the time for that right now. Oh, fuck. Damn it. No! The jellyfish! You know why the Coral Highlands has no water but is a water-themed area? Because people complained about water combat in Monster Hunter 3. So they figured, let's just make a water area, but we're gonna take the water out of it. Damn you, stop doing that. They were pretty bad. They weren't so bad. It was the controls that were bad. Just because Monster Hunter was always ludicrously stiff. It still is ludicrously stiff. The fact you can't even turn all the way around while charging your weapon because your character can't move his legs is one of my main gripes entirely about Monster Hunter in general. Not just about this game. The entirety of Monster Hunter has that same problem. Damn it. They were basically just like, if people don't like water levels, well then we'll just make a water level and take the water out of it. Oh wait, shit. I got it at the last second. Sorry. put dash S? What a fucking moron. Please go down below. Please go to the deep down, dark deep down. What? I pressed X to dive, but I had no stamina. Damn it! Sorry. Just looking something up. I was on the brain. Are you, still there, Taters? Or I think he might have gone to sleep. I'll be right back. Sorry, I'm trying to go out for a smoke real quick. stand up. Really, bro? I wonder. That does work. Oh my god. Shut up, Nerd Gigante. Nerd Gigante. Oh, fuck. What is my character doing? What the fuck? this point, I'm just trying to avoid Nergigante, who seems fixated on me. God damn it, dude. Oh, what the fuck?